The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a most hallowed occasion in the history of our republic, Delaware Day, which falls this Sunday, December the 7th. On that momentous day in 1787, the greatest state in the Union became the first state in the Union, boldly seizing the mantle of leadership by ratifying the United States Constitution before any of our hesitant sister states dared to do so. Officially declared a state holiday in 1933, Delaware Day invites each of us to reflect upon our state's central role in forging a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We Delawareans celebrate being the first as any eldest sibling would, that is obnoxiously and with great relish. And it is with no small measure of delight that I stand here on the House floor to celebrate my beloved home state and the noble citizens who keep its spirit alive. What we lack in size, we make up for in endless discoveries. And while December 7th may technically be Delaware Day, it's always Delaware Day in my heart. So to all Delawareans, may your Delaware Day be filled with cheer, with history, and with the profound satisfaction of knowing we beat everyone else to the punch. Today and every day, it's good being first. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Sue Ryan, who is retiring after 10 years of extraordinary service as the executive director of the Delaware Coalition Against Domestic Violence. For a decade, Sue has been a steady, principled voice behind a coalition that works every day to prevent domestic violence and support survivors across our state. With more than 25 years in nonprofit service as an attorney, advocate, and administrator, Sue has devoted her life to advancing justice for people too often overlooked, survivors of violence, impoverished families, refugees, and those experiencing homelessness. It has been an inspiration to watch Sue lead the Delaware Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Her integrity, compassion, and quiet strength have shaped the way I think about this work and what it means to serve with purpose. Delaware is safer, stronger, and more compassionate because of Sue Ryan's leadership. We thank her for her vision, her courage, and her unwavering commitment to dignity and safety for all. Congratulations on a well-deserved retirement, Sue. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Delaware families who are still catching their breath after Thanksgiving, a holiday that should bring joy, not undue anxiety over the cost of a single trip to the grocery store. Last week, too many Delawareans told me that the price of their holiday meal felt heavier this year, and they're right. Delaware families are paying an average of $8,745 a year, or 14% of their income, just to put food on the table. And those grocery bills aren't rising in a vacuum. Across the first state, shoppers are seeing coffee up 21%, beef up 11%, flour, sugar, and canned fruits are each up more than 30%, costs that hit parents, seniors, and working people the hardest. At our Daily Bread, a food bank in Middletown, they're now serving 240 meals a day, up from just 200 a few months ago. A clear indication of how my neighbors are being squeezed by rising prices. Delaware families are being hit from every direction, by inflation, yes, but also by policies coming out of the Trump administration that are pouring fuel on the fire. Tariffs driving up grocery prices even higher and contributing to price uncertainty. The one big ugly bill that imposed the largest cut to food assistance in U.S. history. Premium hikes that will cost Delawareans an average of $6,000 more a year in health care. Cuts to energy investments that are pushing up electricity bills. New limits on student loan repayment that hit working people hardest. And interest rates so high, they put the dream of a first home further out of reach. Delawareans deserve better than a government that increases their costs while taking away the lifelines that keep them afloat. No matter our politics, we all want the same thing: the ability to feed our families, put a roof over our heads, and find a job with dignity. That's why I'm proud to be a sponsor of legislation that would restore some common sense, banning the president from imposing tariffs without congressional approval, capping the cost of childcare, expanding health coverage, creating new pathways to home ownership, raising the minimum wage, and expanding tax deductions for working-class people. Because after Thanksgiving season, where so many families felt the strain, the message from Delaware is clear. We need solutions, not tariffs and cuts to health care, but policies that make life more affordable. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Pella Marching Dutch for their outstanding 2025 season and their well-earned invitation to perform at the celebration of our nation's 250th birthday in Washington, D.C. next year. This remarkable ensemble consists of 226 students who represented their community with excellent success, competing across multiple prestigious competitions. The Marching Dutch delivered their strongest performance at the Band of America Regional Competition, where they claimed first place in Class 2A and earned Outstanding General Effect Award. They advanced to the Open Class Finals and placed 10th overall and celebrated competitive success in Iowa's largest class size for the first time in the program history. Their invitation to perform on the 250th birthday of our great nation is a tremendous honor. I'm proud of all the members of the Pella Marching Dutch and look forward to watching them represent Iowa at this historic celebration. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary young Iowan, eight-year-old Marley Morris, whose kindness and compassion are making a meaningful difference in the lives of children battling cancer. Marley has turned her passion for crafting handmade bracelets into a mission of hope and joy, donating 100 of her creations to young patients at the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. Marley began making bracelets at just 3 years old, and today she continues to use that talent to brighten the lives of others. Her generous spirit and heartfelt efforts reflect the very best of Iowa. Even at such a young age, Marley reminds all of us that one person, no matter how small, can have a powerful impact on their community. I'm proud to honor Marley Morris for her inspiring generosity and for leading by example and showing what it means to serve others. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate an outstanding Iowan, Corey Linehaard of Muscatine, on his induction into the Special Olympics Hall of Fame. For more than 4 decades, Corey has been a proud representative of Iowa in athletic competitions at every level, from local meets to the world stage. Corey's accomplishments are remarkable. At the 2003 World Games in Dublin, Ireland, he earned a bronze medal in the 100-meter dash and a silver in softball. 4 years later in Shanghai, China, he brought home gold in the long jump, bronze in the 400-meter dash, and placed 4th in the 4x4 relay. But Corey's impact extends beyond athletics. In 2015, he served as co-captain for the United Relay Across America, helping carry the torch from Washington, D.C. to Los Angeles. Today, he remains active in Special Olympics Muscatine, embodying the values of perseverance, dedication, and sportsmanship. Congratulations, Corey. You are an inspiration to all Iowans, and your legacy of excellence and determination is well deserving of this honor. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my constituent Julie Humes of Donaldson, Iowa, a flight nurse with AirEvac Lifestream and a recipient of the American Ambulance Association's prestigious Star of Life's Award. For over 30 years, this award has recognized the best of our EMS professionals, those who go above and beyond the call of duty. Julie was nominated by her peers for her heroism during a severe car accident, volunteering in dangerous, icy conditions to help save the lives of multiple trauma victims. Thanks to her quick thinking and courageous actions, every victim survived. Julie's service is a shining example of the bravery and selflessness of our first responders, and they demonstrate this every day. It was an honor to meet Julie and hear about her incredible dedication firsthand. Congratulations, Julie, and thank you for your steadfast commitment to saving lives and protecting Iowans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Georgia Clark, a student from West Liberty, Iowa, who represented our state with pride and excellence at the 2025 National Civics Bee. Competing against top middle schoolers from across the country, Georgia placed in the top 10, a tremendous achievement. Held in Washington, D.C. on Veterans Day, the Civic Bee celebrates civic knowledge and encourages young Americans to engage with their communities and understand their government. Georgia was one of only 39 state champions invited to participate, representing the West Liberty Community School District. Georgia's dedication, leadership, and love of learning reflect the best of Iowa's youth. Her passion for civic engagement and understanding of our nation's founding principles are truly inspiring. Thank you, Georgia, for your commitment to excellence and for stepping up as a young leader with ideas that will strengthen our community and our country. Your achievement makes all of us Iowa proud. I just want to remark that Sunday, December 7th, is the 84th anniversary of Pearl Harbor Day, the day that will live in infamy. Like 9/11, we must never forget, always prepared, always ready, and a moment of silence for those whose lives were lost on that fateful day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the public service and accomplishments of Omaira Andino, who this week completed 2 terms and 4 years as mayor of the village of Tuckahoe, with prior service on the village board as trustee. Mayor Andino, in her professional career, has shown executive skill and leadership as CEO of the Institute for Applied Human Dynamics, an organization that supports people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to live their life on their own terms. Managing that team and its mission across Westchester would be task enough for anyone, but Mayor Andino added the responsibilities of elective office in Tuckahoe, a village of over 6,000 people in 1 compact square mile. Tuckahoe local government has all the responsibilities of any municipal entity: police protection, sanitation, parks and recreation, planning and land use functions, and more. Her leadership as mayor, charting the village and the board, and providing policy, direction, and oversight to the professional village staff brought Tuckahoe into a new era, an era of capital improvement and better service delivery. Her achievements come as she was the first woman, and as a Latina, the first person of color to lead the village government. She did not seek a 3rd term and has left Tuckahoe in the capable hands of her colleague, new mayor Kara Cronin, sworn into this past Monday. Omaira has earned the respect of all of us, and we salute her as she completes her exemplary service to the people of Tuckahoe. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Transformation to Competitive, Integrative Employment Act, which was recently reintroduced by Congressman Bobby Scott and Pete Sessions. This bill is a long overdue modernization of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. In it, Section 14C permitted people with disabilities to be paid less than federal minimum wage with little hope of advancement. Today, those employed under 14C waivers make an average of $3.50 per hour. While originally well-intended, Section 14C has not lived up to its promise, and it needs to change. 2 of my constituents recognize this injustice as it relates to their loved one, a high schooler, Ellie, who wants to be paid fairly. Over 10 days, the father-son duo ran 260 miles from New York City to Washington, D.C. to raise awareness for the bill. Their run raised national awareness, and now it's up to us to act. Together, we can support those workers by ensuring that they earn the fair pay they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me salute the Rye High School Garnets football team as they head to Syracuse to compete in the New York State Athletic Championship for Class A under the JMA Wireless Dome, previously the Carrier Dome. This Class A state championship game is much watched across the state of New York, and it's under the legendary 50-year leadership of Coach Dino Garr. Rye High School football teams have won 4 state championships and are now competing against Brighton for their 5th state championship. This year's squad is led by quarterback Carson Miller, wide receiver Henry Shoemaker, running back Jagger Fenton, and the aptly named Charlie Garnett, Garnett being the school mascot. Their strong offense mowed down all the competitors in Section 1 football and through 5 postseason games with huge margins, winning over Minnesink Valley and Cornwall in the earlier games in the finals. We salute the players and the coaches that have made the city of Rye proud. Go Garnets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great pride to honor one of the most beloved sons of Texas's 27th Congressional District, Brother Gary Moses of Victoria, Texas. For more than 50 years, Brother Gary has been the heartbeat of Victoria and the entire Crossroads region. As a longtime educator at Patty Welder Middle School, a legendary radio voice on Magic 95.9, and Victoria's undisputed ambassador of joy, he has touched countless lives with his infectious smile and his genuine love for every person he meets. Whether he's emceeing the gorgeous grandma's pageant, championing the Marines' Toys for Tots on television commercials, firing up the crowd at Riverside Stadium for the Victoria Generals, or leading the Christmas parade, Brother Gary shows up with enthusiasm that lifts the entire community. At 73 years young, he's always reminding us that in Victoria, we are all family. His nickname, Brother Gary, is not just a radio handle, it's the truest description of how he treats everyone he encounters. And residents make sure he's invited to every celebration because they know an event simply isn't complete without Brother Gary's presence. Mr. Speaker, Brother Gary Moses embodies the very best of Texas spirit, faith, family, and hard work. On behalf of the people of the 27th District and the countless lives he has brightened, I'm proud to recognize him today and thank him for reminding us all of how one person truly can make a difference and make a community feel like a home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Cuyahoga County's Maisha Watkins on her latest and well-earned recognition for serving the people of Northeast Ohio. Last month, she received the Capstone Achievement Award from the University of Chicago's Community Violence Intervention Leadership Academy. This distinction highlights her as a local and national leader when it comes to violence prevention. As the executive director of the Cleveland Peacemakers Alliance and in her current role as the administrator of the Cuyahoga County Office of Violence Prevention, Maisha has dedicated herself to the hard work of public safety. For years, she has been there for the people of Cleveland, in our schools, in our community centers, in our emergency rooms, and in our most overlooked and underserved neighborhoods. She's been there taking direct action to mediate conflict, de-escalate crises, and stop the cycle of violence. This work isn't easy, but as Maisha often says, it's a calling, and it makes a difference. That's why I was outraged earlier this year when the Trump administration rescinded federal grants awarded to the Cleveland Peacemakers Alliance, grants that had been awarded by the past administration, stripped away. It was a betrayal of Northeast Ohio, but Maisha and our community have never stopped doing the work to make our neighborhoods safer, because we know that the community-oriented solutions work and that they are needed. So congratulations, Maisha, on your recognition from the University of Chicago. And on behalf of a grateful district and a grateful nation, thank you for your service and your commitment to making our Cleveland communities safer. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying, when America catches a cold, Black America gets pneumonia. And since January 20th, make no mistake, this country has been running a fever. A moral sickness, one that begins at the very top, a twisted agenda that pardons the powerful, protects the predators, and punishes the people. And Black Americans are paying the price. Mr. Speaker, buried in the last jobs report was this number. The Black unemployment rate is now 7.5%. That's a recession level rate, the highest rate since the pandemic. Now, do you think they care at Mar-a-Lago? Well, I'll tell you who does care. The people in the community I represent. They are watching as prices keep going up, while funding for programs people need, like SNAP, Medicaid, and the ACA keep going down. But it doesn't stop at the kitchen table. No, we are witnessing the whole of government effort to erase Black history, to diminish Black voices, and to stifle Black progress. More than $3 billion in federal funding has been cut from HBCUs, Black communities, and Black entrepreneurs. Over 6,000 federal research programs and data sets related to racial disparities have been deleted, putting us in the dark on everything from sickle cell anemia to maternal health. We've seen Black authors pulled from school shelves and government websites quietly erase information on figures like Harriet Tubman and Jackie Robinson. And just last month, we learned that memorials honoring the contributions of Black American soldiers during World War II were stripped from a military cemetery in the Netherlands. This is not a coincidence. This is an all-out attack on our past, our present, and our future. But Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Black Americans will not be erased, we will not be silenced, and neither will the millions of people of all backgrounds who are being harmed by this White House. It is time for us to take up their voice and carry on their fight before this sickness spreads further. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of restoring our Second Amendment rights. Earlier this year, I worked diligently on and proudly voted for the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was signed into law by President Trump on July 4th. Due to my hard-fought efforts, this monumental law delivers the most significant legislative win for our Second Amendment freedoms in almost a century. Throughout the negotiations, I fought to restore our Second Amendment rights, ultimately securing a measure to zero out the $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms under the draconian National Firearms Act. This tax had been on the books since 1934, representing both an unconstitutional and financial barrier to our Second Amendment rights. Thankfully, starting January 1st, 26, American citizens will no longer be subjected to this unnecessary and unconstitutional taxation. However, the burdensome transfer and registration requirements linked to the zero tax have so far remained. Yet it was Congress's clear intent to repeal the NFA registration by eliminating the NFA taxation. After all, the two are inseparably linked. Without the tax, the associated registration requirements no longer have a legal standing. In fact, had it not been for the radical partisan Senate parliamentarian, this intent would have been explicitly written in the bill text. Apparently, what the Senate parliamentarian didn't understand is the history and mechanisms of the National Firearms Act. Congress enacted the NFA in 1934, imposing an excise tax of $200, equivalent to nearly $5,000 today, on the manufacture and transfer of certain firearms. Congress enacted the NFA pursuant to its taxing power under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The Supreme Court in Sosinski v. United States, 1937, upheld the constitutionality of the NFA's registration and transfer provisions as supportable as in aid of Congress's proper exercise of the taxing power. Furthermore, the Supreme Court in United States v. Constantine, 1935, held that a tax that doesn't generate revenue cannot be justified as a tax. Therefore, NFA registration serves as the mechanism by which ATF accounts for the tax paid on each firearm, identified by its serial number. The tax stamp affixed by the ATF on an NFA application reflects both the firearm serial number and the amount of tax paid for the transfer. Moreover, the NFA's criminal provisions pertain exclusively to the failure to pay or register the payment of the tax with the ATF. The registry is a tax registry, a registry of the tax paid on each firearm cataloged by the serial number of each firearm. So again, NFA registration and taxation are inseparably linked. You cannot have a registration of the tax paid on a firearm when there is no tax. Last month on Veterans Day, I led 30 of my House Republican colleagues in sending a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi to reaffirm congressional intent behind the zeroing out of the NFA tax provision in the One Big Beautiful Bill, as well as to urge that the DOJ adopt this position in all litigation concerning this matter. Unfortunately, the DOJ's recent brief in a lawsuit involving NFA registration defends the draconian NFA firearm registration and ignores congressional intent. First and foremost, the legal argument to defend and keep the NFA registration simply isn't there, plain and simple. When the One Big Beautiful Bill eliminated the tax on a broad class of firearms regulated under the NFA, the constitutional foundation for applying the NFA's transfer and registration requirements to those zero-tax firearms no longer exists. These requirements now improperly operate without any corresponding exercise of Congress's taxing power. As the Supreme Court upheld the NFA's provisions only as in aid of that taxing power, and since the relevant excise taxes have been repealed, the transfer and registration requirements must likewise be understood as repealed with respect to the firearms now subject to the zero tax. The Department's recent filing ignores this reality and instead offers a theory that would convert the NFA from a tax statute into a freestanding gun registry, an outcome Congress has never authorized and has repeatedly rejected. Even the 1986 Firearm Owners Protection Act prohibited a federal registration scheme, and I quote, "nor that any system of registration of firearms, firearm owners, or firearm transactions or dispositions be established." In addition, when Congress reduced the Obamacare penalty to zero during President Trump's first term, the Department of Justice refused to defend the underlying flawed law. So clearly the DOJ is fully empowered to decline to defend statutory provisions that no longer rest on a valid constitutional basis. It has exercised that authority before and must do so again here. It is time, this time in defense of Americans' Second Amendment rights. When I came to Congress, I promised my constituents that one of my top priorities would be to not only fight to protect our Second Amendment rights, but to restore what we've lost. The National Firearms Act of 1934 is an unconstitutional relic that has infringed on these liberties for far too long. We must take this historic opportunity to ensure both taxation and registration on suppressors and short barrels are gone for good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Maganizer, for 5 minutes. Not here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Sarah Dully, Rhode Island's 2026 Teacher of the Year. Ms. Dully began her work as an educator in 2012. She joined Narragansett High School as an English language arts teacher in 2020, where she is admired and respected by her fellow teachers, students, and administrators alike. At Narragansett, she also serves as the National Honor Society Advisor and the Class of 2025's Advisor. When asked about Ms. Dully, one of her students said, quote, "My favorite thing about her is just how active and excited she is every class." Ms. Dully, congratulations on this honor. I have no doubt that you will represent our state well in the National Teacher of the Year Award program. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Dave Chenevier, who is retiring after 14 years as Executive Director of the Rhode Island Manufacturers Association and 41 years in the manufacturing industry. Dave built REMA into a powerful advocacy organization for the manufacturing industry, championing workforce development and education, and working with state leaders to bring more people into the profession. In his role, Dave built on Rhode Island's manufacturing legacy so that it will endure for future generations. On his retirement, Dave said, "When I first joined REMA, my goal was to strengthen our voice, expand our reach, and build a solid foundation for the future." He has certainly done that, stabilizing the industry after years of decline. With more than 1,500 manufacturing companies in Rhode Island now employing 41,000 people. Thank you, Dave, for your many years of service to Rhode Island. Your impact will long endure, and we wish you a very happy retirement. Mr. Speaker, while Donald Trump and congressional Republicans spend time building a billion-dollar ballroom, bailing out Argentina, and lavishing tax cuts on billionaires, Rhode Islanders and Americans continue to struggle with the high cost of health care. I wish that our colleagues would spend as much time worrying about how they're going to lower health care costs as they seem to spend building up Donald Trump's ballroom, sending billions of dollars to Argentina, and sucking up to their billionaire donors. All across the country, people are getting letters like this from their insurance companies, telling them how much more they are going to have to pay next year because of Republican inaction in extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Letters like this one received by Susan from South Kingstown. She, her husband, and her college-age son are going to see an increase of $1,700 a month, $20,000 a year more that they are going to pay for their health insurance for 3 people if Republicans don't do the right thing and extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Kim from East Greenwich. She runs a small business with her husband, an appraisal company. She has a family of 4 with 2 teenage daughters. Her letter that she received from her health insurance company told her that she's going to be paying $1,300 more a month next year, $16,000 a year for a family of 4. People cannot afford this. And we have heard all the excuses from those on the other side of the aisle who are determined to stop funding the Affordable Care Act. They say, oh, it's just a subsidy for the health insurance companies. Really? You're going to tell Kim that she's a health insurance company because she's going to be paying thousands of dollars more a year for her health insurance? Is she a health insurance company? Is Susan from South Kingstown a health insurance company? No. These are real people who are going to be impacted by the lack of Republican action to lower the cost of health care. We have a plan. Extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Reverse the cuts to Medicaid so that people do not have to pay thousands of dollars more for their health insurance. And what have we heard from the other side? Nothing. They have no plan. The best they can come up with is, oh, we'll give everybody a few $1,000s. We'll cut them a check. Do they have any idea how much it costs to go to the emergency room? Does President Trump have any idea how much an emergency room bill costs? I don't think so. So it is time for our Republican colleagues to do the right thing. Come together in a bipartisan way, listen to the American people, extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, reverse the Medicaid cuts, lower costs for the American people, stop wasting time with ballrooms and bailouts, instead deliver for the American people, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to provide an 11-month update to the American people. While most media outlets struggle to be honest with the American people, under the administration of President Donald Trump, a Republican House and a Republican Senate, America is back. It's a fact. Inflation is down from 5% to 2.5%. Gas prices have hit a 4-year low, averaging $2.95 a gallon. Advanced manufacturing and industry are returning to U.S. soil. President Trump has secured over $8 trillion in investments that will fuel job growth and create opportunity. The stock market continues to set new all-time highs. It's a fact. Republicans are committed to making sure hardworking Americans keep more of what they earn. The Working Families Tax Cut delivered the largest tax cut for middle-aged and working-class Americans in history. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It's a fact. The southern border is closed. Drug dealers, sexual predators, human traffickers, and those who illegally invaded our country from the Biden administration from over 160 countries are being returned to the country of their origin. Under Biden, our emergency departments and local hospitals became the preferred free health care provider for illegal aliens, driving health care costs through the roof while the American taxpayers footed the bill. We didn't need legislation to put America first. We needed a new president. It's a fact. The spirit of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse is alive in Washington, D.C. Funds being sent to foreign countries that hate America have been cut off. Republicans cut $100,000 for climate resilience in Ghana, cut $360,000 for gender, non-confirming, non-binary, two-spirit farmers in New York, cut $24 billion to USAID, cut $22 billion from Health and Human Services to provide housing and cars for illegal aliens, cut $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma, cut $8 million to promote LGBTQ in Africa, cut $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique, cut $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. And we cut $600 million from National Public Radio. Free enterprise in America is alive and well. President Donald Trump is the president of peace, ending 8 wars in 8 months. Tell me, who in history has ever done this? The war between Israel and Hamas is over. The hostages were returned home. The Iranian nuclear program has been set back for decades, and the Middle East is more stable than it's been in years. And to gain peace through strength, we have invested in America's national defense. We have increased pay for our troops. We are making generational investment in our defense industrial base. We are filling our stockpiles. We are making our soldiers the most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. We will never apologize for keeping America safe. And thankfully, Mr. Speaker, the people of America are now seeing through Biden's 4 years of smoke and mirrors here in D.C. It's a fact the Clinton Steele dossier was proven a hoax. It's a fact the Department of Justice was weaponized against President Trump. It's a fact the Democrats' so-called Inflation Reduction Act raised the United States debt to more than $38 trillion. It raised inflation to its highest level in 40 years. It's a fact Biden's Green New Deal was nothing more than another scam on the U.S. taxpayers. And Obamacare, known as the Affordable Health Care Act, is not affordable to anyone in America. It's a fact Space Command is coming to Redstone Arsenal in North Alabama, and Golden Dome is on the horizon. It's a fact President Trump and our Republican majority is making America better for the people. America is back. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, with only 10 voting days left in this year's calendar, Congress must act if we are to avert a full-blown health care crisis. And I rise today to bring attention to affordability and the health care crisis that is pending upon us. I think this is what Americans want us to do, as opposed to bailing out Argentina or figuring out how to finance a $300 million ballroom that will dwarf the size of the White House. What Americans are concerned about is premiums that are climbing. What Americans are concerned about is the increase in their grocery bills. What Americans are concerned about, that I represent in the San Joaquin Valley, is bearing more and more of this burden and not seeing any potential light at the end of the tunnel. Families are forced to make impossible choices, putting food on the table or whether or not they should keep their health care coverage. In July, the Trump's one big, I never thought it was beautiful, law became law. It slashed over $1 trillion from Medicaid, from children's health care coverage, and from Medicare, and the Affordable Health Care Act, and at the same time adding $4.2 trillion to our national debt. Programs that protect children, seniors, and working families are being gutted. In my district alone, only over 65,000 risk losing their Medicaid coverage and threatening access to essential health care for vulnerable populations. And now, despite the passage of the fiscal year 2026 continuing resolution, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle once again have failed us, I think. Republicans are threatening the Affordable Health Care Act's enhanced premiums that will expire these tax credits by the end of this year, 4 weeks away. And open enrollment is now, and Americans are seeing the costs that they are paying for this effort that has failed so far. But there's still time. There's still time where families can avert the stark choice of having to pay more for their health care or make sacrifices elsewhere in their lives. There's still time, if we continue these tax credits, that we will avoid the dramatically higher health care that our constituents are paying in co-payments and deductibles, up to 22,000 people in my congressional district alone. To illustrate what this means, a couple who are 60 years old in Fresno earning $82,000 a year will pay $18,000 more per year for coverage. A family of 4 in Tulare County earning $64,000 a year will pay $2,500 more. This is not fiscal responsibility. This is a Republican health care tax hike on working families imposed in the richest country in the world. I think it's unacceptable. It's just not numbers on a page. It's real people. It's the mother in Fresno who has to choose between filling her prescription and paying rent. It's a father in Tulare County who may have to decide whether his children can see a doctor when they're sick. It's seniors who have delayed care, skipped medications, avoided preventive screenings because of these rising costs. And these are the consequences of inaction. But there is still time. Mr. Speaker, the Democrats have a plan. Our plan keeps the premiums affordable. Our plan prevents Republican health care tax hikes. Our plan requires President Trump to carry out a bipartisan budget. That's what we're supposed to do, a bipartisan budget. We know health care cannot wait, families cannot wait. Our nation needs certainty, affordability, and leadership more than ever. So let us come together at the table in a bipartisan fashion. That's what my constituents expect of us. Let us extend the affordable health care tax premiums. Let us keep health care affordable for Americans. And let us show the American people that Congress can act responsibly, that we can protect our families, that we can deliver on the promises to ensure that no one has to choose between health care and their basic needs of the safety net that is a contract that I think we have with the American people. Our constituents are counting on us. Let us not fail them. Americans deserve affordable health care, and we have the end of this month to make that happen. I will now adjourn the rest of my time. I thank the Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a dear friend, Ray Atkins, Benny Ray Atkins, and a great patriot. Over my 15 years of service in this wonderful chamber, I've given many speeches. I've eulogized and talked about many great people. Today is a very special speech for me, and I think for our great nation. Benny Ray Atkins, I knew back when I practiced law. He worked for the Hamilton County Courts. He'd worked for the Sunshine Biscuit Company for years. And Ray was my friend. But when I got elected to Congress, Ray Atkins really stood out to me, not only as a mentor, but as someone who loves this country. Ray loved the United States Army. He was Army proud. He was a lieutenant colonel. He served 36 years in the United States Army and Army Reserve. And time again, when I needed Ray, whether it was to get advice on active military, veterans affairs, and the like, he was there. Now, the largest city in my district is Chattanooga, and Ray was from a part of Chattanooga called Lookout Valley, Tiftonia. It was on the western side of Chattanooga. Ray was always there, whether it was Wreaths Across America, Memorial Day, Veterans Day. He was omnipresent, always there for the veterans. Didn't matter if it was World War II, Korea, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, right up until today. He was always there. He'd show up in his uniform. And for the past decade or so, he struggled health-wise. But he'd always show up in his uniform, always show up Army proud. And he participated in so many different things. We had a situation where we put together a military advisory board, and I had people from all branches. Ray was so well respected by everyone, whether it's the Navy, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, the Marines. In that room, he was Ray, the great colonel. He loved the Army, he loved our country, he loved our veterans. He was a member of the VFW. He was a member of the American Legion, 2017 Veteran of the Year in Chattanooga, 2018 Hometown Patriot Award. This man was so well revered in Chattanooga, and rightfully so. he was honored with the Ray Atkins Interchange by the Tennessee General Assembly, our state assembly, in 2021. I drive past that on occasion. I will end by saying this. Ray, thank you for your friendship, thank you for your service for our great nation, and thank you for being a great American. America is a greater nation because of you. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
It's fine.
5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because this weekend my community in Stockton, California was shaken by a horrific mass shooting. Families were gathered at a banquet hall for a 2-year-old's birthday party. They were about to cut the cake when gunshots rang out. 4 people were killed, including 3 kids. They were 8, 9, and 14 years old. 13 more were injured. Think about that for a second. As a dad, I cannot fathom the pain these families are feeling right now. This was supposed to be a moment of celebration, and instead, it became a nightmare that has rocked our community to its core. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a moment of silence to honor the victims, including Amari, Susano, Maya, Journey, and their families as they navigate this tragedy. My wife Pam and I are praying for the victims, their families, and our community. We are and always will be Stockton strong. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Florida, Mr. Hardopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life, service, and sacrifice of Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashkow of the Indian River County Sheriff's Office, who was tragically slain in the line of duty. Deputy Sweeting Mashkow served the community with courage, professionalism, and deep compassion. She was the kind of public servant every community hopes for, steadfast to her duty, kind to those in need, and unwavering in her commitment to keeping Indian River County safe. Her loss is felt not only by her brothers and sisters in law enforcement, but by every family she protected, every neighbor she reassured, and every life she touched. Today we honor not only her heroism, but the legacy she leaves behind. We also hold in our prayers her husband, Casey, her daughter, and her family, and the entire Indian River Sheriff's Office, as they face this heartbreaking tragedy from a person who served their community for over 25 years. May they find strength in knowing that this nation stands with them, each of them, as they face this very difficult time. And I thank our sheriff in Indian River County, Sheriff Flowers, and his incredible team who put together a dignified funeral yesterday, honoring her life. Deputy Terry Sweeting Mashkow gave her life in service to others. For that, we are forever grateful. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring her memory and supporting all those who continue to answer the call to protect and serve their communities. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of David Long, a local locksmith in Indian River County, an Army veteran who was tragically killed in Vero Beach while assisting deputies during a court-ordered eviction. David was simply doing his job, fulfilling a legal obligation, supporting law enforcement, and helping keep the process orderly and safe. By every account, he was a kind, dependable member of the community. He served his country in uniform and continued serving in the civilian life through honest work and quiet professionalism. What happened to him should never happen to anyone. This tragedy is a sobering reminder of the risk that not only our deputies, but our civilians take in working alongside them when they face the realities of simply upholding the law. May we honor his memory by standing firmly with those who keep our communities safe and recognizing that everyday heroes come in not always in the uniform. But we remember David Long today for his service and as a person who makes America the great nation that he is. May David Long rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today about this issue of affordability. I find it shocking that the Democrats actually had the gall to talk about the issue of affordability after 4 years of failure. 9% inflation, higher interest rates, just challenges across the board for everyday Americans. And I think one of the reasons why our party has the majority today is simply because they failed for 4 straight years. They never cut taxes on overtime or tips, let alone Social Security. We did. And we think this is going to help turn around a very challenging situation in which we inherited. And so I look forward to the debate over the next month and how we take down even more prices so that Americans can have a more affordable life. But this is a challenge of our day, and I'm glad that we are talking about affordability because for too long, Washington, D.C. has turned its back on the issue. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come to the floor today to raise the alarm on the Republican healthcare crisis. Speaker Johnson shut the government down for 43 days and kept the House out of session, effectively running out the clock to find solutions to address the healthcare affordability crisis created by my Republican colleagues. And now we have just 11 session days left before recessing for the holidays. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have offered 0 solutions. At the end of the month, the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium tax credits will officially expire, leaving 24 million Americans who currently purchase health care on the exchange in an unimaginable position. While Mike Johnson may be sleeping soundly and enjoying the holidays with his family, millions of Americans will be up at night worrying about how they are going to pay for health insurance on top of the affordability crisis the Trump administration created with reckless policies. My family knows what this feels like. My sister Olivia was born with microcephaly, which means her brain was small and the doctors didn't know why. And even with insurance provided by my dad's civilian job at the Department of Defense, Olivia wouldn't have gotten the care that she needed to live for 19 years as healthy as possible if it weren't for the Washington State Legislature expanding Medicaid the year she was born. And my family would have faced dire choices about which bills not to pay in order to meet Olivia's needs if it weren't for Medicaid access. Would we give up heating, groceries, school lunches? Neighbors of mine in Washington 6 are already sick to their stomachs looking at their monthly costs. For example, a couple in Clallam County, ages 60 and 55 with a household income of $85,000, for them, the least expensive plan available would jump from $127 a month to $1,485 per month. That's a 1,062% increase. That same couple in Kitsap County, where I grew up, would go from paying $56 to almost $1,500 a month under the least expensive plan. That's an annual insurance bill of $24,000 without even having to go to the doctor for a medical emergency or routine health care. I recently heard from a neighbor in Port Townsend who said, "My husband is retiring in a few weeks. She retired years ago. So although we currently have good benefits packaged through his work, we will be on our own for coverage soon. Only yesterday, we learned of the substantial increase through Health Plan Finder. We've now determined that the best way to cover our upcoming healthcare costs will be for me to take my Social Security early. She says, it's upsetting to me that my Social Security will not be used for other expenses, other living expenses, or be as much per month as it would have if I could hold off in taking it for a few more years. She's worried, in her last line, about not being able to use her Social Security for other living expenses because she's going to have to use all of it for healthcare coverage. Under this administration, costs are up across the board. Groceries are more expensive, housing is more expensive, childcare is more expensive, gas prices are soaring. Today, the average price for a gallon of gas in Washington state is over $4, one of the highest in the nation. Healthcare costs are only one aspect of why millions of Americans are needlessly suffering under this administration. We don't have to keep living like this. It's time for my colleagues to get serious about solving the ACA tax credits, as serious as they were about extending tax breaks for billionaires in July, and get back to delivering on their promise to lower costs for Americans, which Trump promised to do on day one of his administration. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate South Point High School's girls flag football team for winning the 4A state championship in its first season. On November 22nd, the Lancers took home the state title in a fierce match against Mesa Eastmark. Even the 2-hour weather delay couldn't stop the Lancers from taking down the number 2 ranked Eastmark, 17-0. Winning them the 4A title in the first year of the girls flag football program. In an impressive season that they finished 16-1. Freshman quarterback Isla Collins, who is a youth national team player for the United States, led her team with 2 rushing touchdowns, scoring her first at the end of the first quarter and adding her second touchdown in the middle of the fourth quarter. Additionally, junior Andy Kalkovic added a 21-yard field goal, extending the Lancers' lead. To Coach Barry Peterson, the entire team, and everyone who played a part in this successful first season, congratulations. There are undoubtedly many, many more to come ahead. You have made your school and our community incredibly proud. Lancers, enjoy this victory. You earned it. Congratulations once again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Ironwood Ridge girls cross-country team for winning the 2025 Division II state title. This is the 4th time that the Nighthawks have taken home a state championship title. Senior Sorella Natal was the D2 runner-up with a finishing time of 19:23.4, securing the Nighthawks win. Additionally, sophomore Sophia Simmons finished in 9th place with a time of 20:05.5. And sophomore Kylie Lederholz finished in 10th place with a time of 20:08.9. The coaches Michael Smith and Bob Jones, the whole team, and everyone who made this win possible, congratulations. You have made your school and our community very, very proud. Nighthawks, enjoy your victory. You earned it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate South Point Catholic High School's girls volleyball team for winning the 4A state championship for the first time in 5 years. The number 1 ranked Lancers took home the 4A conference state title against the number 3 ranked American Leadership Academy, Quinn Creek, with a score of 3-1. After a struggle to maintain the lead, they prevailed in the end, including an impressive 6-0 run in the 4th set. Senior Kate Mobley earned the tournament's MVP title with a powerful performance of 11 kills, 22 digs, 25 receptions, and 5 solo blocks. On their way to the top, the team took down the number 16 other teams around the region as well from all across the state. This thrilling victory marks South Point's 4th state championship win and caps off an amazing season in which South Point Catholic went 24-2 overall. To Coach Keith Rubio, the team, and everyone who played a part in this successful season, congratulations. There are undoubtedly many more wins ahead. You have made your school and your community incredibly proud. Lancers, enjoy this victory. Once again, you earned it. Congratulations on this again. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 28 NJ ROTC cadets from Cienega High School, Andrada High School, Empire High School, and Micah Mountain High School, who competed at the Area 20 Stars and Stripes field meet in El Paso, Texas, under the leadership of Commander Micah Brewer. These cadets did an amazing job and brought home a number of impressive awards. They placed #1 overall, as well as for personal inspection, physical fitness team, and armed drill team regulation, and unarmed drill team exhibition. They placed 2nd for unarmed drill team regulation and color guard. They placed 3rd for academic team and armed drill team exhibition. Additionally, Madeline Michael won the individual award for most sit-ups for girls, completing a total of 178. To these 28 cadets and all who took part of this special competition, congratulations. You have worked hard and have made your school and our community extremely proud. Congratulations once again on all your wins. They were all well earned. Thank you. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, receive us into your presence as each one who enters this chamber seeks your guidance in ensuring the welfare of this nation. Though of disparate voices and conflicting opinions, we want the best for our compatriots and our communities. And so we ask your assistance in ensuring that we do not just settle for tolerating one another, but commit to communicating respectfully and carefully in our proceedings. In so doing, may we discover what binds us together in the mission that you have set before us. In our kinship, our friendship, or just our shared citizenship, we pray together for the peace that transcends not just our differences, but our individual understandings. In your peace, may we find our peace. In our engagements and our arguments, may we rid ourselves of all malice, deceit, hypocrisy, envy, and slander, and together show respect for the people with whom you have called us to serve. In awe, even fear of the judgment that is yours, we humbly offer this day and ourselves to you. We pray this in your merciful name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. D. Saunier.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The chairman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome the Penn State Lion Caucus to Capitol Hill. Lion Caucus is a university-affiliated student organization connected to the Office of Government and Community Relations. Lion Caucus promotes the official message and the positive impact of Penn State University to local, state, and federal elected officials. It also educates fellow students about legislation and policies that impact the university and the students. Each year, Lion Caucus organizes and executes Capitol Day, Penn State's annual state advocacy event. The organization also hosts seminars for students across campus, holds meetings in Harrisburg with legislators and lobbyists, and welcomes elected officials to University Park. Lion Caucus is made up of a diverse group of undergraduate and graduate students from any background or major. As a graduate of Penn State, I'm proud of these students for devoting their time and resources to educate and advocating for their fellow students, promoting civic engagement, and showcasing the Penn State community. We are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California. Or for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and public service of a mentor of mine and many people in California and in the Bay Area, and a wonderful, wonderful human being, a dedicated public servant from Walnut Creek, California, in the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area. Gwen Regalia began her career as a fourth-grade teacher. She was a teacher all her life in many ways, before serving on the Walnut Creek School District Governing Board for almost a decade. Gwen later served on the City Council for 21 years and also served regionally on the Association of Bay Area Governments. She had 5 terms as the mayor of the city of Walnut Creek, during which time she championed the development of local institutions like the Lesher Center for the Arts in Walnut Creek and the Walnut Creek Library, 2 remarkable local institutions. Sadly, Gwen passed away in November. She will be remembered for her outstanding leadership, for her indelible mark that she left on Walnut Creek in the San Francisco Bay Area, the state of California, and indeed on the United States of America. Thank you, my friend Gwen.
Thank you for your service and your incredible personality. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized.
There we go. All right. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Harbor Beach High School football team for winning the Michigan Division VIII state championship last week. Harbor Beach Pirates took home their second state championship in football, never trailing in the game. They won 31-20 at Ford Field in Detroit. And I might add that they had a perfect 14-0 season. So congratulations to Coach Schelke and his talented young group of men on their incredible accomplishment at Ford Field. You have made Michigan's 9th District proud, and I really hope you cherish this memory and all of your hard work that you dedicated this season. Congratulations again, and go Pirates. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the other gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend, Fred Durhal, Jr. He was a former colleague and a remarkable public servant who devoted decades of his life to fighting for Detroiters. Throughout his years in the Michigan State House, and as the chair of the Michigan Legislative Black Caucus, Fred carried with him passion, courage, and a deep commitment to public service. He was so kind-hearted. From his advocacy for working families to his dedication to mentoring the next generation of leaders, Fred truly helped shape our communities and uplift countless lives. His impact can be seen in the people he guided, the change that he championed, and the lives he inspired. I join our community in mourning his passing during this difficult time and send my deepest condolences to his family, his children, and all who were touched by his life. May his legacy continue to live in the city he loved so dearly. May he rest in peace.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to recognize Army Congressional Fellow Captain Andrew Andy George for his service to America and the citizens of South Carolina. Throughout his dedication with the office, Andy has been a valued team member for legislation supporting the military and veterans. After graduating from Virginia Tech, Andy served in leadership positions within the 101st Airborne Division, including deployment to Syria with Operation Inherent Resolve. Andy later served as a Special Operational Detachment Commander for multinational exercises in Central and South America. Impressively, Andy is a White House military social aide. The only unfortunate quality about this Massachusetts native is that he is a fan of the New England Patriots. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump, and mocking Trump envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in Moscow today as Putin threatens expanded war in Europe. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Thanksgiving brought families together to enjoy delicious meals, as some of us are still recovering. There were two fortunate turkeys, one named Gobble, the other Waddle, from Travis and Amanda Pittman's farm in Wayne County, North Carolina, and they were selected for a presidential pardon. They went on a journey from the East to the White House. They even stayed at the Willard Intercontinental Hotel and now at North Carolina State University. Although Gobble and Waddle survived the dinner table, they shine a light on the dedication of our agriculture community and the hard work that's taking place with companies such as Butterball and the National Turkey Federation. Farmers allow these long-standing traditions, and we must never forget it. let us take a moment to recognize Eastern North Carolina farmers and those across our country. I'm extremely proud to honor the Pittmans and Gobble and Wobble as they strut their stuff now with the Wolf Pack. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bills and joint resolutions were signed by the Speaker on Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025.
H.R. 970, H.R. 983, H.R. 1912, and House Joint Resolution 130.
The Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to 44 U.S.C. 2702, I hereby appoint as a member of the Advisory Committee on the Records of Congress the following person, Mr. Benjamin Francis Fallon of Washington, D.C. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 916, I call up H.R. 1005 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 6, H.R. 1005, a bill to prohibit elementary and secondary schools from accepting funds from or entering into contracts with the government of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 916, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education Workforce printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or the respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1005.
Without objection.
I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 1005. For much of the 20th century, the United States bravely confronted the threat of communism worldwide. As the Soviet Union oppressed its own people and extended its influence abroad, countless Americans dedicated their lives to stopping the spread of repressive ideology. In 1987, President Reagan famously called on Secretary Gorbachev to tear down this wall at the Brandenburg Gate. A few short years later, the Berlin Wall fell. The Soviet Union collapsed, and democracy gained ground across the globe. In the years that followed, democracy and Western values flourished, but authoritarian regimes like the Chinese Communist Party have chosen repression over freedom, indoctrinating their citizens to embrace socialism and communism, ideals fundamentally opposed to American values of liberty, freedom, and self-determination. Now we're seeing those same authoritarian efforts reach into our classrooms. While some are now closed, the CCP established Confucius Institutes on college campuses and Confucius classrooms in K-12 schools, funding programs with untold dollars, marketed as cultural exchanges to teach Chinese language and culture. These classrooms are in reality beachheads in the war for young minds. That's why I'm proud to support H.R. 1005, the Combating the Lies of Authoritarians in School Systems, known as the CLASS Act, from Representative David Joyce and Representative Michael Ruley. It's an important piece of legislation requiring schools to disclose any funding or contracts received from foreign entities above nominal threshold. For too long, schools have allowed foreign adversaries to funnel propaganda into classrooms, propaganda that rewrites history and undermines American values. These programs are funded and directed by the CCP's propaganda arm, targeting children for indoctrination. No lesson from an authoritarian regime comes without strings attached. The CCP seeks to shape American students' views of communism and tyranny, softening opinions toward authoritarianism, and potentially fostering replication of those same ideas here. Already, we see these influences on college campuses. Instead of free speech and open debate, we see censorship. Instead of independent thought, we see indoctrination. This is why we must pass the CLASS Act. Confucius classrooms and similar programs pose real risks to both national and academic security while promoting authoritarianism over freedom and democracy. As the saying goes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Greater transparency in education will reveal where school funds come from and whether foreign adversaries are exploiting financial ties to influence students. By requiring disclosure, we protect American values, strengthen national security, and ensure our children learn what is right, not what our adversaries dictate. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1005, the Combating the Lies of Authoritarians in School Systems Act. This bill will compel schools to implement new reporting mechanisms, monitoring procedures, and compliance structures despite a complete absence of any factual verified threats. Under current law, K-12 schools are not required to report funding from foreign governments or contracts with foreign entities, as most school funding comes from local property taxes, state formulas, and a little bit from the federal government. This bill would require schools to report funding or contracts with a foreign source. So let's be clear. There's no evidence that K-12 schools are under any threat from misinformation or covert influence by authoritarian foreign governments in any measurable way. If passed, school districts may already facing shortages of teachers, counselors, and support staff. Now we'll have to divert critical time and resources from instruction to completing bureaucratic paperwork, like what qualifies as a foreign source, who qualifies as a foreign source, and you've got to have professional development so every school principal and superintendent knows exactly who needs to be reported and how. You mentioned Confucius Institutes. We've got 15,000 school systems that will have to comply with this bill. 5 Confucius Institute classrooms have been found to exist in the United States at last count. And 15,000 school systems are going to have to put up with this paperwork. This is a very definition of unfunded mandate and imposes obligations without offering the capacity or funding to meet the mandate. Instead of strengthening our school system, it distracts from the urgent challenges our schools are facing, such as widening achievement gaps as reflected in the latest National Assessment of Educational Progress scores, the NAEP scores, and a growing difficulty in recruiting and retaining quality educators. So let's underscore the broader point. The colleagues across the aisle have remained silent as the administration has dismantled or is in the process of dismantling the Department of Education, undermining its legitimacy, capacity, and effectiveness. Most recently, the administration announced plans to move six interagency agreements, which would offload core functions of the Department of Education and spread them across other federal agencies. Yet this bill assigns additional responsibilities to what's left of the Department of Education. Simply doesn't add up. Who will be left in the Department of Education to enforce these mandates? So for these reasons, H.R. 1005 does nothing to improve our schools and everything to bog down schools in administrative red tape. So I strongly recommend a no vote and reserve the balance of my time and inform the chairman that I have no additional speakers, so I'll reserve my time until closing.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, and I say that as a gentleman from Michigan. Mr. Rulli, the bill's co-lead. 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, especially after last weekend, I want to take a second and thank you to the chairman. Mr. Speaker, the CLASS Act prohibits K-12 schools from accepting funds or contracting with the People's Republic of China, or the CCP. So let's just let that sink in for a second. My honorable friend on the other side of the aisle is literally defending the Chinese to invade our schools. That's what this is about. We will also prohibit any such or entity acting on behalf of other such governments or parties. It also requires K-12 schools to submit a report to the Secretary of Education with the name and the country of origin and the amount of funds that are being put into our public schools and any terms of that contract. The CCP is anti-American to its core. We stand for freedom of speech, expression, and religion. They stand for none of our values. Confucius classrooms are propaganda, and they are often set up near our military bases, just to give it another layer. There is CCP and Chinese affiliations in 143 schools throughout this country. And Honorable Speaker, I was shocked myself to realize that one of them sits right outside of our capital city in Ohio, of Columbus, Ohio. This is unacceptable. They could be coming to a school near you very soon. So with that, this is why I urge a yes vote from all my colleagues, especially from the other sides of the aisle. We do not want them to be labeled as pro-Chinese, but as pro-American. This is not going to have a lot of cost that is going to be put onto a school district. I was a school board member. This is very, very few requirements to actually log in and say where this money is coming from. I urge a yes vote today on H.R. 1005, otherwise known as the CLASS Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
The gentleman from the Buckeye State yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Gentleman prepared to close? I reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, coming from the Wolverine State, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, the bill's sponsor, Mr. Joyce, and congratulations on Saturday's.
Thank you.
In the name of good sportsmanship, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my distinguished colleague from the state of Michigan. He certainly is a class act. I'm proud to join my friend, Representative Rulli, in supporting this effort to protect our children and national security from dangerous foreign actors. For years, China has been attempting to exert soft power over our country by forging ties with American schools and universities. In an attempt to influence our future generation, the People's Republic of China has been establishing Confucius classrooms in our K-12 public system. Styled as language and cultural programs, these classes and their teachers are funded and vetted by the Chinese government, a fact that is rarely disclosed to the parents. A report from Parents Defending Education revealed that over 140 K-12 schools across the country had contracts with the Chinese government entity. Attached to these contracts are a variety of incentives, including fully funded teacher exchanges, Chinese language programs, and opportunities for American students to learn in China. However, this funding comes with strings attached. These teachers can also be terminated if the CCP deems that they violate Chinese laws or go against the national interest of China. The Class Act combats this foreign interference by preventing our public schools from accepting these funds. It also ensures that the Department of Education will be notified of these contracts. As China seeks greater influence in education across the globe, we should take common sense steps to protect our children and maintain the integrity of the U.S. system of schools. These Confucius classrooms are just another example of the CCP trying to exert influence outside their borders, and the fact that they are targeting our kids should be a significant cause for concern. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and demonstrate that Congress will always fight to protect our children and national security. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan.
I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Is the gentleman prepared to close? Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not limited to China. This bill says foreign source, and under the definition of foreign source, it includes any individual who is not a U.S. citizen or national of the United States. So if you have a plumbing contract over $10,000, you got to check out the owner of the plumbing company's citizenship to know whether you have to document and report the contract. Every one of the 15,000 school systems, every school, every contract over $10,000, you got to report and have to ascertain the citizenship of who you're contracting with, and I don't know how you do that if you order something over the internet. You got to check out somebody's citizenship. Well, I guess I don't know how you comply, but that's just a little gap in the bill. But every school system, every school would have to comply with this. It's just not China. It's any person who is not a citizen or national of the United States. And so there's actually no credible evidence that this bill is even needed. We're under no threat of misinformation or covert influence by authoritarian foreign governments. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. It does nothing to improve our schools, close achievement gaps, or increase teacher pay. It burdens schools with bureaucratic red tape. Imagine to deal with covert influence from foreign governments, and is so broad that it covers virtually every contract over $10,000. If you don't know the citizenship of the other side, and I don't know how you find out the citizenship of the other side, we have real issues that we need to be addressing, and we should be addressing those issues. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge a no vote and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 1005, the Class Act, is a critical step in limiting foreign influence in our classrooms. Too often, foreign funding comes with strings attached, maybe in every case, especially when those dollars come from adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party. Students deserve strong education without indoctrination. I would hope my esteemed colleagues on the other side of the aisle would agree with me on that. Cultural exchange is valuable, but it should never mean sitting through lessons created by the CCP propagandists attempting to rewrite history and change our minds. Our classrooms are becoming front lines in a battle of ideas, and the Class Act provides the transparency needed to protect our students and uphold American values. Students deserve better than indoctrination. That's why we must pass the Class Act, send it to the Senate, and ultimately to the President's desk, defending both our children and our nation. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleagues, Representative Joyce and Rulli, for their clear-eyed attention to this important and credible concern. And I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 916, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit elementary and secondary schools from accepting funds from or entering into contracts with the government of the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman ask for the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 916, I call up H.R. 1049 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 7, H.R. 1049, a bill to ensure that parents are aware of foreign influence in their child's public school and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 916, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 1049.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong
recognized.
support of H.R. 1049. Mr. Speaker, we need greater transparency in American education. In recent years, foreign governments have increasingly sought to influence our K-12 schools, not for their stated purpose of cultural exchanges or diplomacy, but to push propaganda. The Chinese Communist Party, for example, has spent untold sums across hundreds of schools to indoctrinate or influence thousands of children. These so-called Little Red classrooms were sold as opportunities to teach Chinese language and culture, but in reality they required teachers to omit discussion of human rights abuses, present the CCP in a positive light, and rabidly celebrate the regime. Students in these classrooms rarely learn about events such as the Tiananmen Square massacre or the ongoing genocide of Uyghur Muslims. Students don't learn about these despicable crimes because the CCP doesn't want them to. This one-sided approach extends beyond K-12 classrooms. While the CCP operates programs in U.S. schools, American educators are not allowed to expose Chinese students to American culture. The goal is clear. The Chinese Communist Party wants to control information and shape young minds. Over nearly 2 decades, the CCP has demonstrated a persistent effort to influence the minds of our children. According to a 2020 State Department report, many of these classrooms are funded and operated in part by the CCP's United Front Work Department, a known overseas propaganda and influence operation. Foreign interference in our schools threatens not only student learning, but also our national security. H.R. 1049, the Transparency and Reporting of Adversarial Contributions to Education, or the TRACE Act, by Aaron Bean and Representative McKenzie, addresses this problem by giving parents the right to review course materials funded or provided by foreign governments and entities of concern. Students perform better when parents are involved in their education, yet in recent years, parents have often been silenced or forced to navigate bureaucratic hurdles just to understand what their children are learning. The TRACE Act ensures transparency, strengthens parental rights, and protects students from foreign indoctrination. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and defend the role of families in safeguarding our children's education. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1049, the Transparency and Reporting of Adversarial Contributions to Education, or the TRACE Act. This bill suffers from many of the same shortcomings of the earlier bill we just discussed. And this bill, 1049, would require schools to allow parents to access certain information if it was paid for by a foreign entity of concern. It doesn't say China, it says foreign entity of concern. This means that all teachers, administrators, professional development materials, salary information, as well as the school district's contracts and records for all materials purchased from or paid for by a foreign entity of concern. While this is not currently required by law, parents now already have access to their children's records, including their curriculum under the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, or PPRA. It's worth noting that there's no evidence that foreign entities of concern are contributing to public schools at any scale. We've already noted that there are 5 Confucius Institutes throughout the United States, throughout 15,000 school systems. The H.R. 1049 would impose new layers of reporting, auditing, and bureaucracy on every school district in the nation, yet once again without allocating a single dollar to support these added responsibilities. For years, Republican colleagues have warned against unfunded mandates. They have rightly criticized federal actions that impose requirements on states and local communities that cannot afford to implement those policies. Yet, H.R. 1049 is precisely that, another unfunded mandate wrapped around rhetoric but lacking in substance at a time when schools need smaller class sizes, they need to pay teachers more, they need more academic support for students. The last thing they need is a stack of new federal compliance paperwork. Now, that would include the professional development to inform every school official what foreign entity of concern is and where they can get the most recent list. Let me underscore the broader point, though. At the same time, the congressional Republicans are creating additional bureaucratic hurdles for K through 12. The Trump administration is actively dismantling the Department of Education. So who's going to enforce these mandates anyway? So I challenge my colleagues, many of whom proudly acknowledge that abolishing the department of Education is a mistake, to actually oppose those actions publicly. Our schools need the stability and support, and not disarray and mixed messages. Mr. Speaker, again, oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I would remind my friend and colleague from Virginia that the U.S. Department of Education has been in place while our concerns with foreign influence have been developed and ultimately caused the concerns that we address today. And we believe that what is being done with reshaping how we deal from the federal level with our local community schools will in fact be more conducive to the ability for them to deal with key issues of concern, such as national security, when we see that as necessary. Mr. Speaker, I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman and world-class auctioneer from Florida, Mr. Bean, who's unwilling to auction off our children's future to any malign actor. Mr. Bean, you are recognized for 6 minutes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Walberg. We've all heard the saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Turns out, Mom and Dad were right. Everything comes at a price, and nothing is free. Every dollar that flows into American classrooms from foreign countries comes with strings attached. This is particularly true for China, whose strategy is to gain a foothold in America's educational system, to steal personal data, and to manipulate the material children are being taught. Millions of dollars of Chinese funds have flowed into America's K-12 classrooms, where students are subject to Chinese Communist Party propaganda under the guise of Chinese language and culture programming. In fact, a recent Parents Defending Education investigation found that 143 schools across 34 states hosted a Confucius classroom or otherwise had ties to the Chinese Communist Party. But wait, Mr. Speaker, there's more. Disturbingly, the same investigation found that the CCP specifically targeted schools around 20 U.S. military bases. But China is not the only country making sizable investments in K-12 schools across the country. The Qatar Foundation allocated $30.6 million to various schools around the nation. And what did they get, Mr. Speaker? What did you get for $30 million invested in our schools? It's a clear act of anti-Semitism. Classroom maps, where they funded, omitted Israel and instead labeled it Palestine. And following a congressional hearing last year, New York public schools acknowledged receiving large donations from Italy and South Korea. These blatant attempts to inject foreign ideologies into our schools undermines the fundamental purpose of American education. It goes without saying that we should be teaching American values in American schools. This is what happens when institutions of learning accept the Trojan horse of foreign funding. But it shouldn't take an act of Congress or a congressional investigation hearing for parents to know who was funding their schools. My bill, H.R. 1049, the transparency in reporting of adversarial contributions to education, or let's just call it the TRACE Act, solidifies the rights of parents to know how foreign influence may be impacting their child's classroom and stops foreign nations from reaching America's youth. Specifically, the TRACE Act requires that, as a condition of receiving federal funds under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, public schools would be required to provide each parent the right to review any curricular material provided or purchased with funds from a foreign government or foreign entity of concern. The bill also guarantees parents the right to know how many personnel at their child's school are being compensated by foreign sources or any donation of foreign transactions between the school and a foreign entity. The dangers of foreign influence in American K-12 schools cannot be under or overstated. They threaten our national security, compromise our geopolitical interests, and erode our academic freedom. American schools are not for sale, and they are for education, not espionage. We cannot allow our students, the future of our great nation, to be corrupted by foreign adversaries who are systematically and aggressively attempting to influence our nation's K-12 schools. Chairman Walberg, you have been a warrior on this issue to make sure that American schools remain American. I want to thank Congressman McKenzie for his partnership on the legislation. I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 1049, the Transparency and Reporting of Adversarial Contributions to Education Act, and let's give parents the right to know just who's funding their kid's school. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yield myself the balance of the time. The gentleman's prepared to close? No? I've reserved the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Again, I thank Representative Bean for introducing this important legislation. Again, any time we have legislation that makes a foundational principle an actual fact that we support parents having transparency about what's going on in their schools for anything is important as a discussion and ultimately important to make sure in law that is put into motion in every way possible. It's also a fact that we look at the malign influence that comes from the CCP, yes, but there are other entities equally determined to undermine America, and starting in its educational system, because you control the minds of young people, and you shape their teachers even before that, so when they enter the classroom, even if there isn't a Confucius classroom, yet those teachers have been impacted, and what they point out about some of these malign actors in the world, even if it puts down some of the concerns, is a problem for the United States. If there's complete transparency, where we talk about all of the entities with truth, that's fine. That's America. We can take it, having our students know about the Chinese Communist Party and how they have taken Uyghur Muslims and committed genocide on them for years. If we can talk about the Tiananmen Square massacre that went on, that's not a problem. But that's not what these malign actors want. They want to cover that over. Mr. Speaker, there's significant evidence of ongoing threat to U.S. schools from malign actors. They may change names, they may change approaches, but they're there. We wouldn't have seen the type of demonstrations and attacks on our Jewish students in college campuses all over this country if there weren't malign actors changing the focus of our students' mind on key issues. China strategically deployed and expanded their Confucius classrooms rapidly, going from only a few in 2008 to over 1,000 worldwide by 2019. More than 500 American K-12 schools have hosted Confucius classrooms. A 2023 Defending Education report identified 143 schools across 34 states with Chinese ties, with at least 7 still active as of this publication. The report also found that many of these schools are located near military bases. My Democrat colleagues are correct that the known number of Confucius classrooms has declined after attention from media and advocacy groups increased, including from Congress. But this doesn't prove the CCP threat is gone. There are 500 Chinese Communist Party affiliated Chinese nationals, and I say affiliated because they are required when coming over to work in a new production center in my district that will be opened up very soon by a major corporation. These 500 employees have signed contractual agreement with the Chinese Communist Party to provide any information back to China that they come up with. And who knows what type of influence will take place within 15 minutes of an international guard base and a key drone wing of the United States government, the United States military. These are concerns that we ought to have. But this doesn't prove that we've done enough yet. I think what we've seen causes us to be concerned about what's taking place. It may be that the CCP has found more covert ways to influence our schools. Schools may still be making contracts with CCP entities. If not, great. We'll find that out. Just without easily identifiable keywords such as Confucius, but what else will take place? That's why we need these bills. Under these bills, schools must avoid contracting with the CCP or its agents. Schools must report gifts from or contracts with foreign governments. And foreign resources must be available. To parents to review. We know this can go on right now. We know contracts are undertaken with all of our school districts now. We know that the lawyers on staff, they have means by which to make sure that the appropriate lines are crossed and T's are crossed and I's are dotted, and they can follow the law. We must do that. Advocacy groups such as Defending Education have done tremendous work to ensure we know about the CCP's influence. But it shouldn't take a third-party nonprofit to tell us who's teaching our children. The CCP remains a threat to American interests. I have no doubt that they would still like to indoctrinate American children and teachers, and that's why we must be vigilant to pass these bills. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar, who's also the chairman of the Select Committee on the CCP.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Thank you for this time. China is our nation's greatest adversary, and it seeks to harm our country on a daily basis. It thrives in the shadows, so it uses fentanyl precursors, predatory trade practices, and cyber attacks to hurt us. China also uses informational warfare, and it would love to influence what American students learn in classrooms from kindergarten through college. The CCP uses our free and open society against us, bankrolling civil organizations with nice-sounding names to sponsor exchange programs and curriculums that hide the truth about China. Earlier this year, my committee highlighted how Montgomery County in Maryland has sent 31 students to China on a trip paid for by the People's Republic of China. That's just one example of why the legislation the House is considering this week is urgently needed. The CCP does not want Americans to learn about the horrific Cultural Revolution in their history classes. It does not want young Americans to know that it slaughtered innocent students at Tiananmen Square. Nor does it want students to learn about the CCP's ongoing Uyghur genocide and the slave labor that affects the supply chains of clothes and other products they use every day. Parents may think the Chinese Communist Party isn't interested in what their kids are learning, but the CCP wants to influence every American. These bills will empower parents, protect students from Chinese propaganda, and shine a light on how China tries to influence our education system. Thank you to my colleagues for their work on this legislation and to my good friend, Chairman Wahlberg from Michigan, for moving the bills through his committee and bringing them to the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote for the bills, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if there was real evidence of influence, I think we would have heard specifically what that evidence is. We haven't. And my colleagues keep talking about China, but about the Confucius Institute, but at last count, there were only 5 active programs in 15,000 school divisions. There used to be more. There are only about 5 now. And it's this bill is going to be hard to manage. It's difficult if not impossible, to easily access the most recent list of foreign entities of concern. As we've pointed out, this bill doesn't talk about China. It talks about foreign entities of concern. That list can change without notice. In fact, the most recent list from the Department of State has 91 listings. 12 added since Labor Day of this year. And so good luck to those 15,000 superintendents that have to keep up with that list, with the added problem that the Department of Energy and Treasury also keep separate lists. Those 15,000 superintendents have to keep up with those lists too. But at its core, this is just another unfunded mandate where you have to train 15,000 superintendents, unlimited numbers of principals, so they'll know what a foreign entity of concern is and how to deal with it with this new legislation. It burdens our already overstretched schools with new reporting requirements, new paperwork, new bureaucratic hurdles, all without adding a single dollar to help them meet their obligations. Our educators deserve meaningful support, not legislative gestures that create more problems than they solve. These reasons, I will be voting no and urge my colleagues to reject this measure and refocus our efforts on policies that will actually strengthen our public schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. H.R. 1049, the TRACE Act, sends a clear message. Parents have a right. Parents have a right to know what their children are learning, especially when curricula are funded by authoritarian regimes. Foreign influence in classrooms not only undermines our cherished American values, but also our national security. The TRACE Act allows parents to review foreign-funded materials and raise concerns when needed. Concerned parents should not be labeled as terrorists, domestic or otherwise, or treated like criminals when they stand up for their children. By empowering parents, we strengthen student outcomes and protect our schools, which should be in the business of public service to our homes, our families, our children, and our parents. I urge my colleagues to support the TRACE Act and stand with families in defending the integrity of American education from foreign tyranny. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 916, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to ensure that parents are aware of foreign influence in their child's public school and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Congresswoman Ramirez, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, the Trump regime's mass deportation agenda is not about public safety. It is part of a much bigger story of corruption, cruelty, and abuse of power that defines Trump's America. Earlier this year, Congress authorized a massive slush fund under Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, pouring more than $170 billion of taxpayer money into enforcement and detention center expansion without any sort of meaningful oversight. And at the heart of this system sits a vast network of privatized detention facilities run by private prison corporations like CoreCivic and Geo Group, whose bottom lines depend on filling these beds. These companies are awarded government contracts worth billions of dollars, yet their facilities are notorious for cutting corners on health care, on food and safety in order to maximize shareholder profits. I have seen this firsthand at the Eloy Detention Center in Arizona, run by CoreCivic. I've talked to dozens of women who have been detained there. They've shared with me their testimonies about lack of clean drinking water, lack of air conditioning during Arizona's extreme heat, racist, inhumane treatment, and of course, my constituent, Yari, who is a green card holder who has leukemia, has been detained there and refused access to an oncologist for 6 months until direct outreach from our office and the community's input as well. And this is all, again, all about shareholder profit. CoreCivic, for example, had a revenue of $530 million during the second quarter of this year alone, an almost 10% increase from 2024. Meanwhile, Geo Group's chairman said Republicans' new slush fund for ICE would provide, quote, unprecedented growth opportunities. CoreCivic CEO Damon Hinninger stated in shareholder calls that this is a, quote, pivotal moment, and that business is perfectly aligned with demands of this moment. That is disgusting. Donald Trump's cruelty against immigrants has transformed human misery into both a political spectacle and a business model. The more people that are detained, the more money private corporations make, and the more campaign contributions and political power flow directly back to Donald Trump and those who fund this system. This is Trump's corruption machine, turning our immigration system into a play-to-pay racket for his donors. Meanwhile, families across the country are paying the price. Parents are torn from their children, leaving households and communities economically devastated. Taxpayers in this country are footing the bill for a system not designed to keep us safe, but to funnel money into the pockets of a powerful few. It does not have to be this way. We can invest in alternatives to detention centers that are proven to be more humane and effective. We can end blank checks for ICE and stop the privatization of immigration detention centers once and for all. And we can finally reject the lie that Trumpian cruelty is security, because in America, our safety should never come second to a billion-dollar corporation's profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Look, in the last minute or two left, I want to say this. The bottom line is this. What is happening today in our communities is not an accident. It's not new. DHS is not rogue. From its establishment, DHS has always been empowered to violate our rights under the pretense of securing our safety. It is why they wear masks, why they refuse to wear badges, why they won't identify themselves, and why they resist oversight and accountability. They were designed to operate in a shadow and secrecy because they are waging a war against the American people. You may not know it because they just haven't come for you yet. But Trump's authoritarian fascist tendencies, his power grabs, his overreach, and his willingness to shamelessly use DHS as his own terror force is only making visible what so many communities have already known to be true. DHS is a democratic liability and a tool for authoritarian control. Nothing that DHS is doing is making us any safer. And Americans, frankly, they're done. We see through the lies. We cannot assure our security by sacrificing our humanity, our dignity, or our liberty. We have seen what DHS can do with its unlimited resources and unchecked power, and we say enough. DHS has to be held accountable. So today, as you've heard the stories from my colleagues of Trump's immigration enforcement overreach, I want to encourage you to remember history and context. We brought DHS into this world less than 25 years ago, we can build a world without it as well. I want to thank my colleagues who joined today's special order on Trump's immigration overreach. We understand that true security is built by investing in people, and as members of Congress, we must actively build that world through policies that defend and expand our rights and civil liberties, not crush them. That is the work we must do, and we must resist the fear that would tell us that we must surrender our rights and forfeit our values in order to protect the little we have when we deserve so much more. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. I want to thank the good ladies for their spirited comments and remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president and to direct the remarks to the chair. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Let's begin with, I'm going to yield to Chairwoman Fox as much time as she may consume, and then we'll have some fun with math.
I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Schweikert, for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, I had the wonderful opportunity to stop in at Top of the Mountain Farm in Ashe County and support a local small business selling Christmas trees and wreaths. Becky and Bill Fairchild, the owners of this Christmas tree farm, were very welcoming, and I was so fortunate to meet their three daughters, Bailey, Brooke, and Blair, along with other members of the family during my visit. Western North Carolina, for many years, has produced impeccable Christmas trees that have been featured at the White House and are the most beautifully grown anywhere. The Fraser fir, the true Cadillac of Christmas trees, is what our area is known for producing. Christmas tree farms play such an important role in the economy of North Carolina, and I want to highlight them, especially during the Christmas season. The beautiful tree that I picked up that day is now in my living room, and I'll be enjoying it until January. Thank you to the Fairchild family for such an enjoyable visit and for helping me pick out a tree of my own. I look forward to stopping in again to see all of you in the future. May God continue to bless you, and may He bless our country with a very happy and joyous Christmas season. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. All right. And I apologize, but the good news for the team here, this isn't, I'm not going to use the rest of the hour, so I promise we're not going to go that long. And that's the only happy part of this I have for you, because I thought I'd actually use this week, I would come and show you all the creative ideas we have to take on debt and deficit and get wages growing. But we had an incident today where the Budget Committee was inviting members in to come and sort of give our priorities. And my comments to the Budget Committee, because I brought them some work that's been done by the Joint Economic Economists. It's one of my only joys I have here anymore, is I'm blessed to chair the Joint Economic Committee. So I have a handful of PhD economists. And it turns out they're really good at math. And handed over saying, we need to tell the truth about math. Now, first thing, and I say this almost every week, and I beg for someone out there to hear it. Debt and deficits. We are buried in debt, but it's primarily it's interest and demographics. I'd love to blame the Democrats, and they want to blame us, but I've shown over and over and over and over and over, as a country, 40 years ago, our fertility rates started to fall. This year, and I'm going to show it on the boards, this year, we functionally have doubled the number of 65-year-olds as we had 20 years ago. But we have the same number of 18-year-olds. And next year it gets worse, and the year after that it gets worse, and the year after it gets worse. But yet we built Social Security and Medicare and these things on a model that had population growths. So I'm only a third through the paper, so it's always dangerous coming behind the microphone and acting like you know what the hell you're talking about. But let's actually walk through. So this was brought to me by some of my economists. National Bureau of Economic Research. These are a number of folks from Cambridge, not Cambridge, England, Cambridge, Massachusetts. So, you know, little institutions hanging around there, you know, Boston University, MIT, Harvard, you know, apparently they're freaky good at math. But the headline here should actually make you pucker up. Why Italy may have a better fiscal shape than the US. And then you go in here and start to understand the punchline of this paper. And I'll do my best to describe this. But please, someone out there, is there anyone listening? It basically says, if we keep things the way they are, so current tax policy, spending policies, pension policies, to cover Social Security, to cover Medicare, to cover military retirement, to cover federal employees' retirement. This isn't building bridges. This isn't modernizing the military. This is just the retirement system of the United States. Will require 104%, 104% of the income of the next generation. So look, doing so requires leveling lifetime next tax rate exceeding 104%. So you need 104% of the next generation's income, 104%, not 100% of their income, 104% of their income to meet our pension healthcare obligations. Is that going to work? But we have the research. So how many people are going to come behind this mic the rest of this year or next year and actually say, hey, we got a demographic problem. We got a spending problem. So let's actually walk through some of the things we do know. So every day, I send out something called the Daily Debt. It's a text message. And we have a few thousand people that subscribe to it. We have probably a lot more people that don't want to get it. And it tells you how much we've actually borrowed. Because we have, and this went on, always goes on between the conflict between the White House and Congress, and those of us who actually have some responsibility on spending budget economics, is, David, you're scaring people, telling people that we're borrowing so far this fiscal year. So think of this. We're what? And I should have calculated this in my head before I got behind this microphone, but what are we, 73, 74 days into this fiscal year, Mr. Speaker? In that 70-some days, we've already borrowed $788 billion as of yesterday. We will click off, if we stay at this rate, another $1 trillion of borrowing from October 1st, the beginning of this new fiscal year, till before Christmas. Another $1 trillion of borrowing. And once again, the left will blame us, we'll blame them, and because no one wants to have a conversation of healthcare costs are exploding on us and we refuse to do the things that lower healthcare costs. Instead, we're going to spend months around here debating subsidies because we've turned healthcare into financing, not the actual price of services in healthcare. But I need you to think about this. That $788 billion in that 73 days or so, that's like $148,000 a second in borrowing so far this fiscal year. If you average it out over the 12 months, I did see the number, it was like $73,000 a second if you take the last 12 months. That's what you're borrowing. But don't worry, be happy, don't tell the truth. But yet, I've done presentation after presentation over these years saying in 8 years now, in 8 budget years, 30% of all of our tax receipts in this country go just to pay interest. If interest rates go up 1%, 45% of all tax receipts in 2034 or so go just to pay interest. Yet the Congress will find shiny objects. We'll find things to be enraged. We'll go really hard on getting on cable television tomorrow night and say something inflammatory so the dopamine hits. But the math, Mr. Speaker, how often do we go home and we'll have a meeting with our constituents and there'll be this one person here who found something on the internet and it just sounds like a conspiracy theory? I would argue the greatest conspiracy in our society is the unwillingness to tell the truth about basic math. So back to once again, so let's double down, which I'm told double down is actually saying when you have a good hand, so maybe it's not appropriate for this, what the outline of the report says. Assuming the current generation makes no contributions to reducing the U.S. fiscal gap, that basically means taxes, contributions, incomes stay on the track they're on. There's not suddenly much higher taxes or much further pay down. Newborns, so a newborn today, the new generation today, would pay 104% net tax rate. So 104% of their income would be required just to cover Social Security, Medicare, military retirement, federal pensions, railroad retirement pensions. Not the rest of government. Not a new building, not a new bridge, not the State Department, not the FBI, not the military. Just to cover our unfunded liabilities, Mr. Speaker. Where's the Fiscal Commission? Where's the telling the truth that if we don't get our act together and adopt the technology, adopt the revolutions in healthcare, adopt the things that make our brothers and sisters healthier, adopt the things that actually raise wages, policies on immigration that maximize growth instead of the importation of poverty. When you're being handed reports that say, if you actually look at the underlying math, you're worse than Italy. When Greece has a better credit rating, Greece right now can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States. I struggle. I keep trying to find out ways to describe this. And yet in this place we call Capitol Hill, I'll walk into a room with some of the budget documents and say, hey, I'm here as not only a Ways and Means member, I'm number 4 in Ways and Means, the oversight chairman, also I chair the Joint Economic Committee. Our economists have come up with some numbers we really should talk about. And I look around and everyone's getting up and leaving because we don't want to know. So let's actually deal with a couple other facts. The U.S. may reach the debt ceiling. Now remember, this last summer, I think it was July 4th, this last summer, we raised the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. We've already burnt $2 trillion. So we've borrowed $2 trillion of that $5 trillion of authorization. We're doing a calculation by April 27, so a year and a few months. We'll hit the debt ceiling again. And remember, the debt ceiling is just the authorization to borrow what you've already obligated. You know, when you get the clown show, it says, you can't raise the debt ceiling. Okay, I can do that. Tell me the portion of government you want me to cut. Because this year, this fiscal year, for every dollar of taxes we take in, we're going to spend $1.43. I'm happy to work with you. Let's not raise the debt ceiling. Tell me the functionally half of government, because you got to understand the economic effects if you stop the spending. So what's the 50% of government you want me to cut tomorrow? Considering only about a quarter of U.S. spending is actually voted on by Congress. We vote on defense and what they call non-defense discretionary. The rest of the spending, the rest of the 75% of spending is Social Security. It's Medicare. It's the things that we call entitlements, earned benefits. They're on autopilot. Well, David, they stole my money. No, they didn't. We just stopped having children. The number's a couple years out of date, but the average couple in America gets about $73,000 more from Social Security than they put in. It's a crap rate of return. But Congress, AARP, the union groups, back during the Bush administration, this was W, you know, when there was a discussion of, hey, could we take maybe a small sliver and put it into markets? If we had done that 25 years ago, today's retirees, those moving into retirement, would be dramatically better off. Too late. Remember, we're only a couple more years and all the baby boomers are 65 and up. So the demographic curve is here. It's just math. It's just math. But these numbers get worse. So that's the debt ceiling. So let's actually have a little bit more fun. Medicare. There's a trust fund with Medicare. You pay it on your FICA tax, your payroll tax. Except we have a little problem. We calculate in early August 2032, so 7-some years from now, the Medicare Part A trust fund is gone. So hospitals are probably the largest lobbyists here in Washington, D.C. They're all up and down the hallways. Are they ready for the 11% cut in the spending? Because it's less than 7 years. This is coming. So let's add something else on top of that. And this is the one, and what, I'm told I need to stop cussing behind this microphone, but what shocks me, because I will get some very important people around Washington, D.C., who get upset with me for this portion, because apparently, particularly a guy that's in a 50-50 district, we're never, ever, ever, ever supposed to use the word Medicare or Social Security. So let's actually have some fun here. Social Security Trust Fund is projected to be depleted in 2023, late 2020, or 2032, sorry. So 7-some years from now. When this happens, we double the poverty of seniors in America. If you're on Social Security, you get a 24% cut in your check, and there's math and models out there. You will double poverty of seniors, and we will double the number of baby boomers on the street. Do these two things together, the trust fund for Medicare, the trust fund for Social Security being gone in 7 years, to capitalize it in, so that's happening in 2032. If you took 2033, and I'm sorry, but the dates are important, and said for that full year, we're going to just reach into the general fund. We're just going to use the general fund. It's over $600 billion. And then the next year it's bigger, next year it's bigger, next year it's bigger. So it's functionally like 60% of the entire defense budget just to make up that shortfall for that first year. You would think something this, to use my little girl's term, ginormous, would be a big deal around here. Yet what happens in this place, because it's so perverse, is right now there's some leftist political consultant saying, hey, Schweikert used the word Social Security and Medicare. Let's design our attack ads for the next campaign. They spent millions of dollars in the last campaign beating the ever-living crap out of me because I cared enough to want to fix this. When this place cares more about what the political consultants can design as an attack ad, where's our fiscal commission? Where's the fact we're putting people that can do math into a small room, turn off the air conditioning, and say, come up with a plan to save the future? Or is just doubling poverty of seniors functionally our political plan? And when the left says, we're just going to raise taxes, I've done presentation after presentation on the floor here. I've shown the math. Every tax hike that the Democrats, so tax on Social Security, or excuse me, tax on capital gains, tax on income, tax on corporate taxes, you do all the entire, go grab the entire Bernie Sanders playbook. And we've had it scored. And you do its economic effects. And we do the maximum tax rate before the income, or for the tax receipts roll over. It produces about 1.5% of GDP of the economy. And I'm so sorry for the staff because you've all heard me say this a dozen times. When you do the cuts, the actual spending cuts and their economic effects, it produces about 1% of GDP. So what is that? 2.5%. If you do the borrowing we did from the trust funds last fiscal year, we borrowed almost 7.2, 7.3% of the entire economy. Does anyone see the problem? We borrow over 7%, but all the solutions of raising taxes, of cutting spending over here come in at 2.5%. It's called a fiscal gap. But David, you're not allowed to talk about these things. We need to just pretend. What sort of pretending is there's going to be in 7 years when grandma gets a 24% cut in her check? When the hospital won't see her because they had 11% cut in their Medicare compensation, they no longer can afford to see seniors. This is coming. This is real. This isn't pretend. This isn't feelings. It's called math. And then you wonder why someone like me, please understand, I'm giving up. I've spent a decade and a half of my life behind these microphones, running around here, and actually producing actual legislation to fix it. And I can't even get my fellow members of Congress to co-sponsor the legislation just to take on fraud in Medicare Part C, let alone fix things. Because, David, it has the word Medicare, and we're not allowed to say that. I need to do a correction from last week, because I was going so fast at one point, I didn't describe this chart well enough. I was actually trying to just say, tax collections are up, but capital gains are up 64%. But remember, capital gains are only like 7%, where income taxes, so taxes on wages, are up 5.5%. That's amazing. But remember, income taxes are over half of all income into the federal treasury. So I wanted to conflate. I didn't want to say, hey, 64% of all tax collections are up because of capital gains. That's only the little sliver that's capital gains. But a 5.5% increase in wages is amazing. Problem is their spending's up like 9%. If we could just hold our spending flat, except our problem is our demographics. When every day, I think in this year, we have like 13,000 of our brothers and sisters turn 65. They've moved into their earned benefits. We made a social contract. But when, in 1990 or 91, when the fertility rates of the United States started to roll over pretty hard, we never built a model of saying, oh heavens, what happens when you don't have enough young people? So let's make some more people mad with the truth. The customs duties, the tariffs, have actually been very helpful. They're important. I actually think we need to come up with a much broader scheme on international tax collections, particularly imports, and dealing with other countries and their value-added tax. We call a VAT tax, and how they arbitrage where they refund it when you export to the United States, but if we send them something, they attach their VAT back on. It gets a little confusing. We actually held a hearing today in Ways and Means on the international tax system, because if the Supreme Court, whether it be this month or in the coming months, changes the president's authorities on tariffs, maybe those of us in the tax writing committee should step up and do our job. But I need to tell you the truth about the math. So let's have a moment here. 2026, actually let's do 2025. So that's the chart here. The $77 billion you see right there in the chart, that was already the law. That was before the Trump presidency. That was tariffs. Customs duties is the proper term. The president added other rules, mechanics, tariffs, customs duties. That gave us another, so a total $195 billion. So it means we collected in the 2025 fiscal year an extra $118 billion. That's a lot of money. But remember, in 2025, we were borrowing $6 billion a day. So you can do the basic math. That's like 18 days of borrowing was the increase we took in 2025. It's helpful. It's helpful. Do not walk away from it, but also don't make up numbers that it's going to pay off the debt. 2026, we modeled that the base tariffs, base custom duties, would produce about $84 billion. Wonderful. So the total we model is $324 billion, meaning we're going to get an extra $240 billion this year on if President Trump's tariffs are allowed to stay in. It's really helpful, but it's basically 1 month of borrowing. It's 1 month of borrowing. If you go on cable news tonight or cable talk and you say, you know, we're going to get a refund. Math is math. And I really wish this body would get better at telling the truth about it. So just a couple more boards, and then I'm going to give everyone back their life. And then I'll go home and deal with the angry text messages I'm going to get from people that don't like it when I tell the truth. You don't want that one. But it basically says CBO actually did some remodeling, and we calculate that total custom duties over the next 10, it's actually 11 year, it will bring in about $3 trillion. A lot of money. Very helpful. But you got to understand, over the next 10 years, what took us 240 years to build up in debt, we almost double in the next 10. So it's estimated by 2035, we're somewhere 63, 65 trillion dollars of debt. And you actually start to see this squeeze where publicly sold debt compared to borrowing from the trust funds goes, because we're depleting the trust funds, so there's less money to borrow out of them. So you almost, in 10, 11 years, the next 10, 11 years, we almost double what took us 240 years as a country to build up in debt. Yay. And here's the thing that's really hard to talk about, but you actually saw Elon Musk this last week saying, we've got to have the productivity. we got to not be afraid of AI. I wish he'd also talk about synthetic biology and all the cures and the fact that we're curing diseases. The president did an amazing thing of getting the prices down on glutides, which we know obesity is almost 47% of U.S. healthcare spending. If we could cut that in half, could you imagine the growth of the economy, the family formation, the savings to the debt and deficits if we helped our brothers and sisters get healthier? There are policies that will work, but you never hear them evangelized behind these microphones because either they're complex or they don't set off a dopamine hit of anger. But we got to deal with this reality, and this basically says demographics. We functionally have fewer 18-year-olds than we did 20 years ago, and almost double the number of 65-year-olds. And that's going to continue. It's happening all over the industrialized world. We're actually in much better shape than so many other places in the world. But we don't tell the truth, saying, hey, it's math. We are going to have to find a way, because we're magically not going to have millions and millions and millions of people in diapers, little people. And look, I'm 63 and my wife's 63, and I have a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old. I'm optimistic about the future. I better be. That or my kids are coming to my nursing home. I'm sorry, didn't mean to say that. But this is the reality we're up against. And just one more board. This is hard to see, and it's important for anyone that's actually listening that actually has a fondness for basic math. This isn't that complicated. We now model in the Joint Economic Committee Republicans that there's over a 50-50 chance the United States this calendar year, so 2025, the calendar year we're in, will be close to zero population growth. Now, why is that a big deal? We built our Social Security system, we built our Medicare system, we built much of our entitlement, our earned benefit system on a concept that we grew population-wise and therefore grew economically, therefore we grew in GDP, therefore we grew in productivity, therefore wealth grew in the country for everyone. But what we're trying to show in these charts is you can see from 2004 to 2024, the difference. This was under 18. We functionally have the same, but the number of those 65 and up going from 36 million to 61 million. And yet what's fascinating is if you go with no immigration or even with immigration, we still end up upside down. It's just demographics. And yet, when the president tries to talk about this, he gets attacked. When people like me try to say there's a way to set off productivity so we don't live poor, that the future is prosperous, that this is another American century. But instead we engage in sort of clown show type politics because we want to satiate the theater instead of the economics. There's a path to do amazingly good things for your retirement and for my kids. But the fact of the matter is, Matthew, my 3-year-old, when he hits 23, 24 years old, every tax in the United States has to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. Have we really made the moral decision that the next generation lives poorer, will be poorer than we are? Is that what America's become about? It doesn't have to be that way. Are we on the cusp of an amazing productivity curve with artificial intelligence, with synthetic biology curing diseases, with robotics being able to produce products cheaper, faster? Possibly. But you got to understand, we have lots of laws that this place has made that it's illegal to modernize a port. It's illegal to modernize a rail system. It's illegal to actually adopt technology that can read your body at home and prescribe to you. We have barrier after barrier. So when we talk about deregulation to make the economy grow, we also got to talk about the deregulation that the armies of lobbyists that are in our hallways are here to stop us from doing, because it will force a change in their business models. Once again, it can be another American century. The future can be absolutely amazing. But we need to get our act together and stop lying about the numbers, tell the truth about the demographics, and then actually think boldly. And we can do amazing things. I just haven't had an amazing conversation around here in years. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go and apologize to all the people I just made mad. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.